Hey, we'll be joining or starting in just a few minutes here. Hello everybody. Sorry about the delay here. I know I said 1 p.m. originally, but just needed a few extra minutes to get started. Hello Emily. So today we're going to be building quite a beastly build, I'd say. Above average. Yeah, it was nice meeting you. Yeah, man. We got a beastly build to build today. Let me see what's going on with the mic. Can you guys hear me all right or no?
Why are you saying a lot of beast? You're saying beast a lot. Dad,
Yep, it's working.
why are you saying beast so much?
Because it's a beastly build.
Beast.
Perfect. Yeah, I just noticed my table mic over here is a little bit lower on the totem pole, and I didn't see it active, so I was a little worried that you guys couldn't hear me. Putting on my gloves. I wear gloves during builds because it helps cut down on any type of fingerprints on the parts, and I take building very seriously.
Dad, I think I know that.
I like clean builds.
Oh wow!
Every now and then you'll get a fingerprint from me when I'm moving a computer and I don't have my gloves on, and then I frown because I put all the effort in trying not to put fingerprints on parts. But if you do, it's rare. So how's everybody doing today?
I'm good.
Yeah, I wear the hat because my hair, I need a haircut. It's a little bit excessive, but you can get these actually on our website if you wanted to purchase a hat. I don't know what the shipping would be to get it across the pond for you, Emily, but I can maybe find a supplier over there in the UK that would make one and deliver it to you. But yeah, so just kind of go through the build today. We've got the Ryzen 7 3700X. I did want to try to get a 5800X, but I also was trying to build this within reason. Yeah, I know it's a little bit of a hike, is what we'd call it over here in the States. But the Ryzen 7 3700X, 3rd gen processor. The idea for this build is to be able to stream on it. And so the Ryzen 7 3700X is more than enough to start a stream as well as 32 gigabytes of DDR4 3200. And this is the Oloy Warhawk series, which has 3200 megahertz DDR4. So it's plenty of RAM at 2 sets of 16, 32 gigabytes, plenty of RAM to stream on. Where did we get the video card? So this graphics card, the Radeon RX 6700 XT, was about $819 US dollars at the Micro Center over here in Michigan. It was not a cheap card. I do have a couple of other suppliers though. They're just slow to get cards here. So if you are looking for cards, I can maybe get you a card, but it's going to take time to get it in. It will take 30 plus days to get a card in, especially the RTX series, 3000 series. And I can get it closer to MSRP than pretty much anybody else, at least in the state. Better than even Micro Center pricing. It's just slow, so you just have to be really patient. And if you're interested, send me an email at support@empowergamingpcs.com or shoot me a chat message on Facebook or give us a call. Yes, 30 plus. I say 30 plus because it may not be exactly 30 days. It may be a few days more than 30. But yes, I can get them. I have a new distributor that I'm working with right now, who is actually the same distributor that distributes to iBuyPower or CyberPower or even Dell and HP. I'm over 30 years old. Early 30s. Yes, like I said, 30 plus days, but yes, we can get them. Got to jump through some loops, but we can get them. And then the storage that we're going to be working with is a 1 terabyte PNY, and this is their Accelerate brand, which is XLR8, Accelerate, for their gaming, and this is Gen 4. So we're going to take advantage of PCIe 4. The motherboard we're going to be building in is the ASRock X570 Steel Legend. This has Wi-Fi built in. A lot of people don't like to or don't have access to a Ethernet cable, so I usually try to build again with Wi-Fi on the build, and if I can, I'll try to get it on the motherboard depending on the price or the cost or the budget of the build. If not, I'll use a PCIe card, but the lowest I'll use is an AX200, especially if you're streaming. But this is a good enough Wi-Fi connection on this board to get us started, or to get them started, and without too much latency. You talk with people, make computer of people. Yep, so that's my primary business, is people will come to me and say, hey, I'm looking for a custom build, whether it's like a custom paint job or custom case, or they want, you know, a specific build to do something with a budget that they have, then I'll try to make that budget work. So the video card, like I was mentioning earlier, is the Power Color Radeon RX 6700 XT. It's got 12 gigabytes of GDDR6 video RAM, VRAM. It's a 1440p card, and it's PCIe 4. So we're going to take advantage of the PCIe 4 with this card on that CPU with this motherboard. To cool the CPU, we are going with a little bit of an off-brand. It's ID Cooling. That's again to help with the budget. It's a ZoomFlow 360X. So it's got addressable RGB with 3 fans and on the pump or block, and it's a 360 millimeter AIO. All 3 of the fans are 120 millimeter PWM, so it has all the performance you need for cooling, which will make this build nice and cool. The power supply we're going with is again an off-brand, but this brand I've actually ran into quite a few times, and I've started building with a lot actually, and I'm very impressed with the quality of their products. So if you have not used this brand, and if you want something that you could trust that's a little bit cheaper, meaning not $100 for an 850 watt modular power supply that's 80 plus gold with a 10-year warranty from the manufacturer, I would recommend this brand. I have not had a single problem with this brand at all, and I've been just absolutely amazed by the quality of their products. Their packaging is absolutely amazing. This box has a little bit of a damage right here, but that was because of Amazon. You can purchase these on Amazon, so if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can usually get them in a day or so. And again, the quality of their product, this one is semi-modular, I stand corrected, but the quality of their products are absolutely outstanding, and I'm very impressed with them. They're making some noise in the power supply world. And then the fans that we're going with 6 of these 120 millimeter PWM CF120s from Deepcool. These are addressable RGB, which will plug into the 5 volt 3-pin RGB header. And there's 3 in a pack, so we have 6 of them. And the reason why we have 6 plus the 3 on the AIO radiator is because we're going to be building in a Lian Li Dynamic 011 case, which is a pretty big case, and you can add up to 6 fans in that case. And because we're running a power cooler Radeon RX 6700 XT, it is going to be a little bit of a toasty build. So cooling is pretty important for this build. But these are the core components that we're going to be building with today, and I'm really excited to actually get this build up and running. So let's get started. I'm going to actually pull some of these parts off the table here so we have some room to work with. We're going to start with the motherboard, the CPU, RAM, and SSD.
That's so cool. Now I'm gonna make my own.
So we're going to be using the Lian Li Dynamic 011. It's a black case. If you're not familiar with Lian Li, I'll show you the case here in just a moment.
This was a while ago. That was a while ago.
Just got to move these parts off the case here, and I'll lift it up and show it to you. It's a pretty large case. But it's the Lian Li 011 Dynamic.
Dad, look, this is a while ago.
Oh yeah, it was. I think I had lost some weight back then too.
Dad, Jimmy's watching your stream.
Oh, he is? Nice.
Hi! Dad, Jimmy's watching the stream.
Okay, good.
Time to make my intro. Jimmy says nice computer. I think someone said that in chat. Or you did, Jim. Oh. Let's see. Tell me if you can see me.
Yeah, so my daughter is jumping around here, but she's saying that my brother's watching my stream as well. I live in a pretty, I come from a pretty large family, so I have lots of brothers and sisters, lots of aunts and uncles, pretty large family. Alright, getting these tools that we're going to be using. So with the ASRock, the Steel Legend series, you'll get zip ties on this foam frame around the motherboard. So we just need to snip these. There's 4 of them. Very high quality packaging. But this is the ASRock Z570. I'm sorry, X570. I don't know why I said Z. This is the Steel Series. It's a beautiful board.
Smells new over there.
It's very new. And then this one also has the Wi-Fi built into it, so you got the Wi-Fi card here on the M.2 Wi-Fi slot. So we're going to start by mounting this CPU.
Give me your music right now. Me. How do I
What cheap PC you built? What do you mean by that?
Give me the music.
What's the cheapest PC I build?
The music from that video.
I think the cheapest gaming computer you could build right now would be around 700 or so US dollars.
The music.
And that's because of the pricing of video cards is just outrageous. That's if you want something that'll play, you know, today's games.
Try to find music. Which one?
So this is a socket AM4 with the Ryzen 7 3700X, and on this motherboard you just got to be careful with these pins. I always just flip it out of this plastic shield, hold it in my hand like this until I'm ready. But if you have not installed a CPU like this before, you'll see a gold corner here. I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, or if the lighting's going to show it very well. But you're going to match this gold triangle on the corner with the top left corner.
Thank you.
And then you're just going to pick it up like so you don't touch any of the pins, and flip it around so that the gold corner is in the top left. You're going to lift the arm up
Your left.
and you're going to center it and have as much trouble as I am, for some reason, finding the holes. But once you have it centered, it's just going to drop in very easily,
This is the wrong
and then you
music.
push this arm down and you're good to go. Very easy. Just be very careful with Intel or AMD. Intel has the pins on the motherboard. AMD has the pins on the CPU.
I don't know.
Just be very careful with those pins. Yes, actually, Adrian, my 8-year-old, she's helped me with a couple of builds. So she has somewhat of an idea.
Huh?
I've taught her a few things.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Stop it.
So because we're going to be using that ZoomFlow radiator, we're not going to use these plastic brackets, but I am going to include these in the build in case the buyer, whoever buys this build, needs these brackets for a future upgrade. So I'm going to unscrew these because we won't be using them, but I believe we're going to still be using that back plate for the mounting brackets for that radiator, AIO, pump, block, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to set these aside to be put in a bag later. So next I'm going to do the RAM. Hey, how's it going?
What the heck?
How's it going, man? We're building today, so it's always a good day when we're building. The wife can't yell at me while I'm in a live stream either. So today we're building with a Ryzen 7 3700X, a AS Rock X570 Steel Series, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 CL16, and this is the Oloy Warhawk series, and that's two 16 gigabytes, so we're going to be quad channel with this set of RAM here, two sets. And then we also have a Gen 4 1 terabyte PNY Accelerate XLR8 M.2 SSD, so we're going to be utilizing that Gen 4. And we're going to be building this into a Lian Li Dynamic 011 case, as well as a 850 watt semi-modular 80 plus gold power supply with a 360 millimeter AIO, and there's going to be a total of 9 120 millimeter addressable RGB fans in this build. And the video card is a PowerColor RX 6700 XT, and it's the Red Devil version. So we'll be able to change the RGB on the card itself to match the build very, very well. Yeah, it's a pretty beastly build, man. I'm excited to get it up and running and test it out. The idea of this build is to be able to stream off of it. So that's really, I usually have one or two in my website available at all times for streamers. Because I do have a lot of local streamers here in Michigan that I work with. And you never know when you're going to run into another streamer that needs a build. Yep, the 3900X, 6800 XT, 32 gigabytes of RAM. Linux as the OS, though. What's going on with that? You don't like Microsoft?
Jimmy, how do I make my intro longer?
Yeah, I'm not against Linux. It's just, you know, depending on what you're doing, you know, I guess it would be the user scenario. Linux is just better. I could argue that, but I'm not going to. Yeah, it's whatever your preference is. I've always just been a Microsoft guy because I grew up with Microsoft, and I mean, I worked with a lot of Linux servers and actually Linux-based firewalls and all sorts of stuff that I've ran into over my years in IT. If you don't play anti-cheat games, Linux is perfect, honestly. Yeah, that helps out a lot. Yeah, I used to hate Linux as well, but after gaming became a QA thing on Linux, I couldn't go back. Yeah. No, I hear you. It's really preference at that point. So I'm going to pop these out here. Get them ready. Get this plastic out of the way. So I was watching this clip that I saw the other day on Twitch where this guy was trying to mount his RAM incorrectly, and he pushed down on it and it ended up breaking the pins off the stick, and I had major cringe. I'm like, ugh. Like, how do you do that? But putting the RAM in, you can only put it in one way because it's slotted, and it doesn't take much pressure. You just push down on each corner here slightly and evenly until it pops in, and you'll hear it click in. And the arm on the upper side will snap it in over its little groove, and you're good to go. So we have all 4 sticks installed. Okay, Emily, thanks for stopping in. It was nice chatting with you earlier today. So I'm adding, going to be installing the PNY 1 terabyte Gen 4 PCIe NVMe and we're going to be putting it under this plate here. So I'm going to probably put it up here on this slot. We just have to remove this plate. Looks like there's 3 screws. Need to move this camera a little bit so you can see my face when I'm doing this. If anybody wants to see the faces I make while I build. This is actually got a fan on it, so we gotta be careful. Oh, it's the RGB. That is cool. I built with the B550 steel engine, not the X570 before. So this is new to me. There we are, we got the SSD. You can only slot this in one way, so you can't really mess that up. Now, there is one thing that we gotta peel off here on the bottom.
I'm gonna restart that.
So just be careful if you ever build with this board while you're doing that. You still got a wire attached to the board. Alright, here we go. That was pretty easy. I'm going to just put the 3 screws back in here. I'm just going to start them to make sure it's squared up. And then I'm just going to tighten them down. Snug. Obviously you don't want to over tighten these. So just snug. Alright, so what do you think we should do next? I think we should do the mounting kit here for the CPU socket for this ZoomFlow, so that we don't have to worry about this AM4 bracket running around. So I'm going to move the motherboard out of the way as I unpackage the AIO. And thanks for the follow, Purple Haze Gaming. I appreciate it. I saw that earlier. I meant to actually say something about that earlier. I'm a very distracted streamer, so I apologize. Especially if I'm gaming and streaming. I don't know how people could do that. I'm so into the game that I'm not paying attention to my chat well enough. Takes a talent. Do you hear my children in the background? How crazy they are. Got quite a bit of work here for this build to do, actually. Sorry, I was just going to check a box over there, out of the way. So we got the mounting kit here. We're going to use that AM4 bracket on the back, I believe is what we'll end up using. Unless this one actually comes with... Looks like this one actually comes with a bracket, so maybe we won't. I thought these used the AM4 bracket on the back. I stand corrected. Has anybody else used one of these before from ID Cooling? this and this.
Yeah, you still watching?
There's all our wiring that we'll use later.
Are you making an intro?
We're not going to be using this. We were going to be using some thermal grizzly. These are going to be for the fans and the radiator mount. I think we'll end up using this guy right here. This one. So I'm going to move this radiator out of the way a little bit. These screws out of the way a little bit. Same with these mounting brackets. And perfect. So these long screws here are going to probably go into this AM4 socket. Not even going to look at the instructions because it's pretty self-explanatory here. I just hope I'm putting it in the right hole here. Shame on me for not reading the instructions. But I believe that's correct. And it appears to be 100% correct. Then I'm going to add these little teeny tiny washers that come with it. Kind of like a plastic washer. This is to protect your motherboard because you're going to put some torque on these. So you don't scratch up your motherboard or damage it.
I'm working on my intro. Sorry, I'm quiet.
And it actually comes on this little square thing. And then you have these little standoff nuts that will screw onto the board here to secure the mount to the board. So it's pretty easy install for this mounting kit. If you've not done one of these before, they are pretty easy.
Now I need a background.
Makes 100% sense. No questions here. Then what you'll have is these 4 nuts, but this will attach to its pump and then mount here. If I can line it up. So this will be attached to the pump, which then will be mounted here, and then you'll use these 4 nuts to secure the plate to the CPU. So it's a very easy install. Easy to do with both Intel and AMD. So I'll take the remaining pieces and put it in a bag that will be included for the build later. Alright. So next, since we got the mounting brackets on here, I'd say it's probably time to open up the case. So we're not going to mount this pump, obviously, or block to the CPU quite yet. Definitely not until we have the radiator on the installed in the case.
Wanna see my intro so far?
So I'm going to move this out of the way. We're going to get this case opened up,
Does it look like I
And-
did it? Ready?
then we're going to start installing the radiator and the fans in the case. This is a pretty big case as well, so you're gonna have to bear with me on this camera. So I'll do my best to make sure you can see everything as we're going through it, but I'm opening the box right now. And then I'm gonna pull this out of the box. Might have to flip this upside down actually. Nope, I got it. And this is the Lian Li Dynamic 011 or 011.
I don't know.
And it is a beast of a case. I've not opened this up before, this particular case. So if something's damaged, we're going to find out live on the stream. But it does not look like there's anything wrong with it. It looks beautiful. So this is the top panel. I'm going to unscrew 2 screws on the back side, which will give us access to lift the panels all around the case off. So I'm going to go ahead and just do that here so that we have full access to the entire inside of the case through the build. Setting the panels inside the case itself while we're building, just to keep them safe from any damage. Maybe getting bumped around. You never know. So I got all 3 of the panels here lifted off and out of the way. So that is the case laying down. New build today? Yep. So I should probably just start posting the specs here, I'm finding out. But we're building a AMD Ryzen 7 3700X on a ASRock X570 Steel Legend series motherboard with 32 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 CL16 Alloy Warhawk, and that's 2 sets of 16, so 8 gigabytes times 4. Then we're using a 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 4 NVMe PNY Accelerate SSD, as well as a 850 watt gold, 80 plus gold semi-modular power supply, a Radeon RX 6700 XT power cooler Red Devil video card, and we're going to have a total of 9 addressable RGB fans in here with a 360mm AIO for the CPU.
What the heck?
It's a lot of words there.
That was a long sentence.
It was. It was a lot.
Long.
But that is the build today. So it's a beast. The idea is to make this so we could stream on it.
I'm gonna watch it now.
Yes, this case, if you've not used it before, it is extremely easy to build in. So it makes building a pleasure.
Do you wanna?
And then also, if you do any upgrades, there's plenty of room to upgrade things, and just overall, the airflow of the case is just outstanding. Yeah, you will spend a little bit more money on fans because you've got a total of 9 120mm fan options, and if you want to do a push-pull, you could even do a push-pull on your radiator, which will mean another 3 fans. But yeah, there's lots of options on this case. I believe there's a way to even get a fan on the back here,
Very hot.
but I have not actually attempted that. I've seen builds where they have the fans on the back here, and I think they're actually just making their own mounting
I just like the music. I'm like,
screws to mount that fan. I have not personally done it yet, but I really don't see a need for it with all the cooling options. So what we're going to do is mount the radiator, the fans on the radiator. Then we're going to mount the radiator itself to the top. We're going to top mount the radiator. I found in this case, if you're not doing a push-pull configuration, which we're not, mounting the radiator on the top has given me the best cooling performance. And yes, a lot of people will say, well, why? Because you're exhausting through it. I don't exactly have an explanation as to why it's better top than on mounted side, but I have gotten better cooling performance when mounting it on the top in this case. I've not done probably enough research to find out why, but I've tried both ways in multiple builds, and every time I mount it on the side, I've got about 5 to 7 degrees hotter mounting it on the side, pulling cool air in. So if you're building in this case, I would recommend, and if you're not doing push-pull on your radiator, put the radiator on the top. I mean, it is drawing cool air here, and that's going directly into the radiator, as well as cool air on the bottom going directly on the card. So I mean, there's so much cooling in this case that it's just, you can't really go wrong with this case either direction you put the radiator. But if you want a few extra degrees, put your radiator on the top. Yeah, you'll spend a lot of money, like I said before, on fans in this case, but it's a beautiful case and it's well worth it. So we're gonna put the hoses probably on the front. Let's think about this for a second. So if we do the radiator here, we have really long hoses that are just gonna it's not gonna look bad. It'll keep it from blocking the ram, or you know, hoses going across the ram.
Okay.
I might just do that. Let's do that. The problem is the GPU heat in the case. Yes. Yep. I agree with that. 100%. So I'm going to move this out of the way as we mount these fans. But this is the direction that we're going to be putting the radiator in this case. So we want the fans going that direct, or the wires for the fans going this direction. Like so. That way you don't have fans running around in the front. So it's always a good idea to plan that ahead of time before you mount your radiator or your fan and your fans to your radiator, so you know what direction the fans are going, the fan wires, so you could feed them and tuck those wires away and hide them. Gives you that clean look. Yeah, the problem in this case is definitely the heat on that GPU, especially a Radeon RX series, like the 6700, even the 5700. It's hot, but the cool air coming off the bottom of the case, blowing directly on your card, helps cool your card. Better way is custom loop, CPU, GPU. Yep, definitely, I agree with that. So you have a 360 on top, 360 on the side, you could definitely do that. You can even get a 360 with the GPU already mounted, you know, an AIO for the GPU. You could do it that way. NZXT has a pretty easy option, so you don't really have to necessarily do a custom loop. You could get away with some other options. But yeah, definitely cooling both the GPU and CPU water is going to give you way better performance. Cooling performance.
BRB.
For sure. And you can easily do a custom loop in this case, because of all the extra space that you have. So I 100% agree with that, but I'm also building with budgets in mind. So I'm not trying to build like a $5,000 build that nobody's going to buy. I need to build something that somebody is looking for and would buy. So I'll get them started on something like this, and then they could just upgrade and build off of that later on. Alright, I'm going to open these screw bags up. Bags of screws. Screw bags. I've never called anybody that before. Oh, you're such a screw bag. And then we're going to screw these fans down to the radiator. So it's easy to mount this radiator. with the fans on them instead of having to mount the fans with the radiator mounted to the case. So you'll see that we do a lot of work outside of the case before we actually start throwing stuff in the case. And that's because it just makes life so much easier.
I'll be right back again.
So I'll start one screw and then start the other corner here. Just to make sure the fan's squared up and you're not putting a screw through the fins of the radiator. Don't do that. Definitely going to be a bad day if you do that.
I'm back again.
You'll be waiting for another radiator. And these should just be snug.
Huh?
You don't have to like crank down on them. It's plastic that you're screwing in through,
I think they're gonna like my intro.
so it will flex,
You know why I think they're gonna
but you don't want to break it.
I think
This has some
I think they're
anti-vibration
gonna
pads
like
on
the
these
intro.
fans. If you haven't used this brand before, fans seem to be decent.
I'm gonna watch my
So once you pretty much just start one, you'll have it pretty much lined up for the rest of the fans. I'm still going to start one in each corner here, diagonally across, so that I can make sure the fan's squared up and then I don't put a
Did you
screw
put it as unicorn?
through the fins. I'm gonna need to go grab my water or Mountain Dew or something. It's a little bit warm in here. I am mining a couple of cards right now, so it's getting a little toasty
Hold on.
since Michigan's getting a little bit warm. And the last fan.
Does that feel good?
No, I don't want the fan. It's gonna blow on the mic.
Okay.
Thank you though.
How did that? What? I'm back.
So what else do you have in your build?
So,
Land? I think you've mentioned a couple of the parts so far in a couple of the different streams.
okay.
So there we have it. We've got all three fans installed, and the wiring is going to be facing the correct direction so that we can feed it through the wires, the holes in the case, and tuck those wires away behind the case. So it's going to look nice and fancy. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. Right on. Going with a Code Red Mountain Dew.
Nice.
Gives me a little bit of a pep. Alright, so I'm going to move this radiator out of the way with the fans installed on it and bring the case back into action here.
I don't know.
So we're going to mount this sucker to the top.
Just trying to make my
Bring the
intro.
radiator in,
I still think
and
the
it's going to
other
be as
intro that
simple
I
as
had is the best. It's one of my favorites.
taking these small screws that are included with the mounting kit and screwing these screws in to the top. You could easily do this with the case on its side. You just got to line it up correctly. Make sure all holes are accessible.
Wait, do what?
I'd like to try to keep it as far to the back as possible.
What?
Go ahead and get one started here.
Do one.
I'll do probably one
No.
in each corner diagonally again.
Wait, no.
Just to get it started and so it can hold its own weight without me having to hold it.
It's not
Just make sure your
Christmas.
screws are lined up.
It's not Christmas anymore.
Just make sure your screws are lined up.
Not Christmas. Oh my gosh. It's
Or your
not
holes.
Christmas, bro.
Rather. And so once you got two started diagonally, I'm going to just do the other two corners.
Make it stop.
And I'll tighten those pretty much snug. And then just do the rest of the screws. At this point, doesn't take much. But it ensures that you've got a nice firm mount and even as well. So you want this to be even and level. And for this style of installation, I like to use a shorter screwdriver because with the longer screwdrivers, it's harder to control the head. So a shorter screwdriver is just easier to manage, and especially when you don't need the length. Keeps slipping off my head here. Kind of being lazy with holding it. Alright, last screw, and then we could probably throw the motherboard in here and get the pump mounted, and then we'll work on the rest of the fans in the case. There we go. But before we do that, I'm going to get some of these wires out of the way. I'm going to stand it up to do this so I can reach the back as I feed the wires through. And I'm also going to remove the back panel.
Okay.
So I'll flip over and show you what I'm doing. We've got this panel here. which is actually going to be where most of the wiring is going to be running. You've got 2 screws here at the top, and they're actually thumb screws, but they're pretty tight. So I'm going to use a screwdriver to remove these and set them aside for later when we put it back together. And then you also have on this case a screw down here on the bottom. It's a little flat screw. It's easy to miss. So if you're trying to take this off and you can't, probably miss this little flat screw on the bottom here. And it's got these 2 teeth on the bottom that you lift up on, and it lifts right out. Very easy. And you could pretty much have any type of rat's nest behind here. Put that plate back on and it covers it all up. Also has tons of mounting options here for solid state drives or hard drives, or you could place your fan hubs on here. I mean, there's on the inside, not the outside, because there's not enough space for the panel. So there's a lot of different things you can do with this, but it's cool. I'll loosen this up so we have access to these wires. And then I'm going to actually feed this through this little loop here, which I think is awesome for wire management. And then get the rest of these wires from the radiator fans fit through here.
Look how much stuff there is.
Then I want to take a look at it before I move on to the next step here, just to make sure that they look clean on the inside. Because there are a couple different options I can do to route these.
I tried to make it look like space where everything is blank. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
And while I'm back here, I'm actually going to pull this
I have to add more stuff floating.
the screws for the case out of this hard drive bay.
What the?
Alright,
Heck?
so let's take a look at it. See what it looks like. Don't really like this. So I'm gonna actually, there's another hole up there. You can't really see it very well, but I'm gonna find it here and feed it through that hole up there, rather than using this rubber grommet.
Hi. We're back.
If I can find it.
No. Stop. What? Oh, stop. 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 Stop.
Yeah, it's up there.
Stop it.
I just can't seem to locate it.
Hi. Hi.
I got one fed.
What the?
I'm gonna get this second one. In there. There we are.
What?
There we go. That looks a little better. So now it's clean with all our wires tucked away, not really showing anywhere. This is going to have a fan up here. You won't really be able to see this one here, but there's not really a better option to feed it. And this is made for wiring up here. So now let's move our pump out of the way, or block. Let's get this motherboard in here. For a second there, I was like, where the hell did my motherboard go? So when you're mounting your motherboard, you want to take a look at the studs on the motherboard, or the holes for the studs on the motherboard, and make sure you have all the studs on the case here for your actual motherboard. In this case, or in this case with this motherboard, we're missing one here for this motherboard. So we're going to go get the stud and install that. And it's important to do that because if you don't, one, it's support for the motherboard. Two, it has ground impact on the motherboard as well. When I say ground, I mean electrical. So I've got the box of screws that came with the case here that I'm going to open up and find the stud. Talking about studs, you know you're a dad when you use a stud finder and you scan yourself and be like, I found one. Dad jokes, you know. My wife says I do that every time, but I don't recall doing it every time.
Play.
And no, I'm not a stud.
I don't know. Everybody was online, so I added everything.
So there we go, we got the stud added. So now, should be as easy as lining this up and screwing the board down. Also, not all boards will have this, but the I/O shield on the back is already added to the motherboard. Some of them you have to actually mount to the case first.
I can't tell. Who wants
So there we go. We're lined up, ready for our screws. Usually I'll start with one or two in different areas of the board just to make sure it's lined up and squared. But this is a Lian Li case, and what that means is it's easy. Everything's pretty much lined up perfectly on this case. But I'll still do it. But if you're building in some cheaper cases, sometimes they're not lined up perfectly and you'll have to wiggle the board a little bit to get, to make sure all your screws are going to fit, or the holes are lined up with the studs. And you definitely don't want to cross thread one of these screws because it's a pain in the butt to fix that. You'll have to pull the whole board out and the stud will come connected to the board, and you'll have to use some pliers or something like that to pull that stud off while you're unscrewing the screw, because it unscrewed itself from the case. Also, these are the same type of screws. They're fine threads.
That should be his name.
Fine threads. I don't know if you could see that or not. Same type of screws you would use for an SSD. And they thread in very easily. If your threads are not threading in smoothly,
You made it for something.
then you're most likely not using the right screw, or it's not square. And don't force them. Be patient. Make sure you're using the right screws. Make sure you're using, make sure it's centered and not cross threading, because it'll make your life a lot easier later down the road if you ever go to upgrade or have to remove the motherboard. Maybe something goes wrong with it. Anyway, it's a pleasure to build in the case. Yes. This case makes life so much easier. You don't really have to worry about anything. And it just makes sense while you're building it. Everything just makes sense. Whoever engineered this case over at Lian Li was just a genius. And now you have all the other companies following along, trying to build lookalikes. And I'm sorry, but I'm always just going to build in Lian Li if I want this style case. Might try them just to try them to see what they're like and see how close they are. But this one, you just can't replace it. So I'm thinking we either go, I think we go like, because the logo is ID and I want that kind of upright, and there's enough room I believe, to have the pump cables here. I just don't want them like laying down and touching the video card. So the glass will be pushing down on them a little bit here. And it will be very close to the video card. This has a little bit of a adds a little bit tightness to the tubes. I don't like that. So this is probably going to be our best option. And then the cables are actually facing the right way. And I'll probably run these along the back side of the motherboard here, just to tuck them away and hide them. I hate seeing cables up here in this case. I absolutely hate that. It stands out like a what's the right term? Like a dildo. Probably shouldn't say that on the stream. No, any scratch on hands to put EPS cable. What do you mean by that?
Hello, Viper. What is that? I'm back.
So this mounting plate for the pump or block is supposed to be able to just put it in here and rotate it in, but kind of having trouble with it. Rotate. There we go.
Ready, guys?
Got it. Took
You want
just
to
a
see
little
my
bit more
intro
pressure.
card?
So we're going to remove this and add the thermal
Ready?
paste. Most AIOs will have one of these on the bottom. Don't forget to remove it, or you'll have a bad day. It's all copper on the bottom of this thing, which is nice.
Guys,
And the thermal paste. Again, we're going to be going with the Thermal Grizzly. So I
Okay.
pretty much don't use anything else. And I like to do an X pattern here.
okay, who's watching?
You don't need a lot
Who's
either.
watching right now?
So I'll do the
Okay,
X
Viper
and then
watch
wipe the
and
tip
I will
off
watch.
with the empty
I'm gonna
space.
tell you guys my intro.
And that will be plenty
Okay,
of
who else is watching?
paste.
Who is all watching right
And once you apply pressure, the paste will spread out pretty evenly.
now? Who's all watching? Okay, who is all watching me right now? Who is all watching my stream? Viper, are you watching? Okay, 3, 2,
There we go.
1. 3, 2,
Fits
1.
beautifully, like a glove. I mean, don't hurt your hands against the case. Yeah, because pretty much
Okay,
every
wow,
part
look
in
at
this case has been rounded, you
Remember
call
what
it,
I say if you laugh,
which is a quality in a lot of cases that you don't
you
get.
get removed from the
And there's no real sharp pieces of metal. So there's no way you could cut your hand while you're reaching in and out,
Yeah, well, then
pushing
don't
wires
laugh
through.
at it.
Whereas some cheap cases, they'll skip that step in the manufacturing on the metal,
Ow.
and you'll have, sharp edges on the metal, and you can easily scratch your hand.
Jimmy,
And
I
yes,
literally made
also the space that you have available in
I
this
added
case
all the people.
makes a huge difference. So yeah, the space in the case definitely will help as well. So you don't cut your hands up. That is 100% correct. I agree with that. So to mount these, I'm going to start in a diagonal pattern. I'm not going to tighten these. I'm just going to get them started so that we're putting even pressure on the CPU as we tighten it. And you should be doing the same thing when you loosen it to allow even spread of the weight or pressure on the pins and the socket. It's definitely a lot more important when you're doing a Intel CPU because the CPU is pushing down onto the pins. And if you do it unevenly, it may bend the pins. Same thing with the CPU on an AMD, but it's less important because it's not going to have as big of an impact. At least that I've noticed. I have seen the new one. Yes, that looks pretty cool. I want to get my hands on one and build in one as soon as possible.
I wanted to.
So I'll do a couple threads, threading diagonally. And then these were actually pretty short, so it was pretty quick to get tight. Then I'm going to peel this piece of plastic off the top of the pump here.
Jimmy, does Blackouts have a
So there we go. We got a logo that's facing the right direction. We got a nice even mount there. And the tubes shouldn't be hitting the graphics card. We'll see. We'll find out. We might have to play with it. I'm a little bit worried about that though. I don't like the tubes touching the graphics card because one, you should never have water tubes touching your graphics card.
It's for like
And two, when it's touching the card, the heat's going to transfer off the card onto your tube. Could, you know, I don't think it'll melt the tube, but it'll just heat up the liquid in there. So your water's getting hot before it's getting to your pump or to your radiator. Hotter than what it should be. So this AIO actually includes a SATA power connection for the pump. So if your motherboard doesn't have a pump option, you can actually plug it into this adapter and plug it into the SATA to run the pump at its speed. But this motherboard has a pump header, so we're going to use that.
Jimmy, can I make you an intro?
So talking
You
about
don't
pump
have
header,
to
I think
use it.
that's,
You don't have to use it.
excuse my head.
Is it Jimmy? Jimmy, do you have? Is it
The pump was
RBX? Is it RDX?
right here.
Yep. Jimmy, what song do you want? What song do you want? Send me the song that you want.
Fan
Okay,
1,
fine.
WP. So I've not built on this board before, or it's been a while at least. So I'm just going to probably go with fan 2 because I don't see anything that's
What
labeled
song?
pump.
No. Stop.
So I'll go with fan 2 and just make sure that's set for the pump.
Stop playing Gummy Bear. Stop. That's not what he wants.
So you got these extra cables here as well. Like I said, I'm going to probably tuck these into the back of the motherboard here. Just
Okay.
because I hate wires showing right here on this portion of the motherboard.
Okay, well then give it to me. Give me the Gummy Bear.
And then this is the RGB cable.
Give it
I'm
to
actually
me.
going to do this. I don't know if anybody else does this or not, but I like to because I like my builds looking clean.
No.
I'll wedge the cable here between the board through and then slide it back here through one of these rubber grommets here. So all I did was pull this corner screw out and feed the wire
Caillou.
through here, but it looks so much cleaner that way.
What the?
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I've seen it already actually, but I like
someone
it.
Give me the Gummy Bear song so I can do it.
definitely looks badass.
Oh no. Okay. Can someone give it to me already?
So this is our daisy chain PWM for the
Ah!
radiator fans. I'm going to get this connected since
Jimmy,
we're
give it to me.
kind of dealing with this right now.
Give it to me. No, I need it for my.
Alright, and then we're again going to be feeding it right here. Same direction. a little bit wider cable, so you might have to undo one more screw if you have trouble with it. I'll feed it through here again. Same direction. Looks clean. I like it. And then we've got the addressable RGB daisy chain for the fans and the pump. Which
Jimmy, you can't have the gummy bear. I'm sorry.
we got one down here. I was pretty sure we had more than one on this board. Well, call me silly. It's okay. I've got a splitter somewhere. I'm gonna have to find a splitter.
Thank you.
So if you build a lot of computers and you're doing a lot of RGB work, it's nice to have these on hand. These are just addressable 5-volt splitters. So you could plug one into one port on the motherboard and split it off. Now you just have to be careful about how many you're putting on a single port, especially if it's not powered externally, because they can only power so many.
He said don't. He said don't.
And your motherboard should define how many. But I think we're going to be okay with these 3 because they don't draw a lot of power.
Wait,
Or these 9. Doesn't draw. I don't draw a lot. And I've actually done this before. So we should be okay. But it's nice to have these on hand. Just in case. And I have a few of them. Again, it's just a single connection to the motherboard,
What'd you say,
which splits
Viper?
it to a few, and then you have these male pins that you'll plug into here to connect to the rest of them.
When I play
And we feed that into the bottom here. This would be again a scenario when you have one header, but 2 different types of addressable RGB connections that are going to plug into the same header.
Time to play the Mimic
Probably should have
on
fed
my
that
own.
from the back,
Solo.
but it fits.
Which chapter?
So there we are.
1.
And then we'll just plug this into the back there
While I'm doing it solo.
later when we get to it. So there we are. We've got our
What is?
wires up here connected. I'm going to do USB 3,
Viper. By the way,
And-
what was sus?
get the front panels connected.
No. Oh, yeah, Viper, what was sus? By the way, what was sus, Viper? Viper.
Just feeding the wires through here.
Viper, what was sus? Why did you
Then I'll
say
flip it back over and
sus?
show you what I'm doing.
What is sus? They're saying it's sus because I was following you. No, Jimmy.
Then I'll bump the camera so it makes everybody disoriented.
Jimmy.
But this
They
is your
said-
front panel
they said
USB 3.
that- Muting everybody right now. But Jimmy, when Lyle said
Just
that,
plugs into your USB 3 header.
that
If you don't know where it is on your motherboard, just look it up.
I was
In the
following
manual?
you every single time in the Mimic, 'cause I got
This
scared.
is our front panel
That's
HD
not
audio.
sus.
Usually it's in the bottom left of the motherboard.
Yup, I
You can
know
only
these
plug it in one
too.
way. Same thing with the USB 3. You can only plug it in one way.
Are weird.
So you really can't mess it up.
Everybody's weird, yeah.
But there's a notch pin on the HD audio. We just plug that in.
Yeah.
Then we have our front panel power button hard drive LEDs, and I guess power LED, hard drive LED, power LED. This one's can always be labeled like FP or JFP on the motherboard, or if you're not sure where it is, just look it up in your motherboard manual again. But it's usually in the bottom right of your motherboard. And just make sure you're plugging your positive and your negatives into the correct pins. That's really the key here. And which pin is used for what. So if you don't plug this in right, like for example, if you have your power switch in the wrong spot, you may not be able to power your computer on. And then you might spend an hour trying to troubleshoot something else when it's just simply your power button. But so yeah, just pay attention to that piece. And if you're not sure about it, look at the graph in your motherboard manual.
Guys, I'm in the
Every single
sewer.
one will show you how those pins work and where to plug them in.
No, in the minute.
So there we are. We've got all our front panels connected.
They updated the sewer.
Got our fans and our RGB routed. I put the screw back in
What
here
do
in
you
the
mean?
corner. So I would say we are ready for the rest of the
What is
fans
this?
before we move on to anything else. Before I do that, I'm going to actually take a real quick break
Yeah, he's the imposter.
and
Throw
come
him-
back here.
Throw him into the space.
I'm going to also yell at the kid next to me who's yelling.
Yeah. Throw him into the
Not
space.
really,
I
I'm
saw
just
him
kidding.
vent on camera.
So I'll be right back, guys. Hey guys, thanks for waiting. All right, let's get back to it. We're just gonna get these fans installed. Then we got the power supply, and probably the moment everybody's been waiting for, that Power Color Red Devil RX 6700 XT. And it is a beast of a card, let me tell you. I've had the pleasure of building with it once before already, and it is a huge card. So if you are going to build with that card, make sure it fits in your case, because it's a big card. Trying to get my new gloves on.
Wait, Jimmy, how did you make that envelope?
Again, I would like to wear gloves to help minimize the fingerprints on my builds.
Me too. Jimmy, do you? Oh yeah, he went BRB.
It's just a pain after you've taken gloves off
That's her nickname.
to put new ones on. Should probably buy a bigger size,
That's my mom's
but I like them
nickname.
tight on my hand so they fit right. Nice and tight. And I just ripped that one. So awesome.
No. Yeah.
Might have to buy a
That's
bigger
also her
size
nickname.
if I'm going to keep doing this. So does anybody have any questions today on anything specific?
Doggo.
I'm always looking for a challenge. Challenges are fun. Got a customer picking up his build. One of the streams that we've done earlier in the week, actually on Monday, he's picking up today, and he's coming from about 3.5 hours away to come pick it up, which I was shocked. I didn't know I reached that far in Michigan, but he found me online and wanted a custom build done. He's coming to pick up today, so I get to show him his new system, show him the ropes. Like I said, he also purchased the whole setup, so he's got dual monitors, a mount for the dual monitors, and also keyboard, mouse pad, the whole 9 yards, and speakers. The whole setup. He was not messing around. So I look forward to meeting him today. Showing him his awesome new setup. I also do on-site setups for people. So if you're looking for complete white glove experience, I do all of that. Hey bud. My pup came and visited me. So I'm going to unbox these fans here real quick and get these ready to mount. Got a box of screws and cables, and you've got the fans themselves. And an instruction booklet if you need it. And these again are the Deepcool CF 120s, and this is the Plus. So it's got the 5-volt addressable RGB header connection. They've got their own style connection for each of the fans, so you will need to use the hub that is included with these fans. But this has all three. It has 3 fans in one box, so we got a total of 6 of these. And they're pretty stylish. I like them. I like them a lot. They got the rubber vibration pads on the corners. They're PWM, so you can control the speeds of the fans with the motherboard. So overall, I really like Deepcool and their fans. I've not had any problems with them before, ever. Their packaging is nice, quality. Everything comes so far 100% intact. these boxes out of the way, so we don't need those anymore. I'll show you one of these fans here. So this is what the Deepcool CF120 Plus looks like.
Me.
They're smooth. Backside has a little bit less RGB on these. I'd say the regular ones are a little bit different, but you still have the ring. Looks like that will show here, as well as the fins itself will be lit up. So overall, it's going to be a good looking fan in the case. Straighten out these wires real quick. I'm just going to undo these little twisties on each of these wires on all of the fans. It's going to take a minute, but it is good prep, so you don't have to do it while you're in the middle of installing the fan. You can just feed the wires through the back. And then I like to untwist them a little bit so they're not crazy. I'll probably start by doing the bottom here. In order to do the bottom, we're going to undo these solid state drive trays. Has a thumb screw, but they're a little tight. But you have two of these on this bottom where the fans are going to go. You will have to remove these if you're putting fans down here. So we'll just remove both of them, set them out of the way. They're going to be packaged up with the build, so it will be included with the build if you ever need to add them for some reason later on. Alright, and then I'm going to continue to undo these twist ties. It's probably one thing I would wish we'd figure out is a different way of bundling these wires in the packaging. Because when you do a lot of fans like these, and I mean I do a lot, it gets old real quick. Excuse me. And I'll probably end up taking this video and editing it to do kind of like a speed through of the build, just like I've done before in the past. So if you don't catch the stream, you can check it out. You probably watch the entire build within about 15 minutes with some cool music playing in the background or something. Just takes me a little bit of time to go from the stream to editing the raw video and publishing that, because I'm doing that all on my own. It just takes some time to edit. And if you ever need a recommendation for editing software for video, I would recommend Resolve. That has been an absolutely outstanding video editing software. Very powerful, and it's free. Or at least I'm using the free version. There is a paid version, but I'm not using the paid version. Two more fans. Also, I might be doing a mining rig here in a little bit. Does anybody want to see me do a mining rig? Because that is going to be an extremely long stream. Takes a little bit of time to build those. I can even do the software side of it if you wanted. Hey bud, what are you doing? What's up? Alright, we got all the fans ready to go. Then what I'm going to do is rotate this a little bit. So I can have my hands here and my screwdriver on this side. So we'll start with one. And again, you're going to want to decide which direction you're going to place the fan based on the direction of the wires. Unless you have something like NZXT fans, which has like a new or really cool fan daisy chain setup. Makes it a little bit easier to place the fans in specific directions. So I just slid that in nice and easy. Fed the wires through a little bit. I'm going to line up the holes and grab some fan screws. We'll include black screws for your fans. Makes it nice and easy. Package of 4 individually packaged. And I'm actually going to get all 6 of these packages opened up. And just have a big pile of these screws sitting here. Does not want to let go of my glove. Okay. Alright, so again I'm going to use my short screwdriver. And we're going to start screwing these fans in. The bottom of this case is only going to fit your 120 millimeter fans. And I'm putting them in a direction where it's going to pull air from the bottom of the case to push air into the case because hot air rises. So we're going to pull cool air from underneath and push it up into the case. And it's actually going to push nice cool air directly onto your graphics card. It'll help cool that hot Radeon RX 6700 XT. Alright, I'm ready for the next fan. Just going to slide this into the hole here, which is really nice. You don't have to go far for cable routing. Makes it nice and easy, it's clean. There we go. And before I screw this all the way in, just want to make sure I have my fan hub, which is included with these fans, plugged in down here at the bottom. So I'm just going to do these two, just make sure I can access it, which I should be able to. Done this before. They give you this PWM fan hub, which I'm going to run 2. So we have 2 sets of 3. That way we could control the bottom fans through the motherboard, and we could control the side fans through the motherboard. Then we could control the top fans on the radiator through the motherboard. CPU fans for the radiator should be controlled based on the temperature of the CPU. Rest of the system, you can go off the CPU, but you might be able to just go off the motherboard temperature. Usually I just go off the CPU temp for everything, because that is going to tell you if your system is hot or cold the best. And I'd rather try to keep my CPU cool. Alright. So I'm just going to route this guy. Through here. It's a tight little fit here, but I'm going to get it. There we go, I got it connected to the PWM fan header, and then we have one more to connect. I like to connect them at the bottom. This way it just helps hide the wires a little bit. Makes the build look clean. I am all for that. There we are. Good to go. So now I'm going to finish screwing that second fan we installed in. Okay. How's it going? Alright, third fan. Nice and easy. So I've actually got a another case from Musitex. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's actually a ATX case, and it's a case I've not built in yet, but I got it in for another kind of a budget build, so to speak. And I'm going to be doing a stream on that one here for that build. Probably maybe early this week or late next week, but sometime next week I'll be doing that stream. So it'll be a nice new case that we're going to get to play with. Okay, so now for the next fans on the side here, I'm going to actually stand the tower up, and I know we can't really quite see it, and I don't have quite the setup I want yet where I could put a camera on the side and switch the camera view. I don't have that third camera for the stream yet, so I'm going to just let you imagine what I'm doing at this time, and I'll show you when I'm done. But I'm going to install 3 of these fans, remaining fans on the side here. It's just easier to do vertically. Then try to fight with it. I don't like fighting with them. Maybe you could at least see my hands and where they're going. But I got my hand, one hand in the case, and my other hand on the other side with the screwdriver and a screw as I'm starting it. I'm also going to start them, not finish them, just until I get all 3 of them mounted. Only because of I want to make sure that they're all lining up nicely for me. And I don't want to have to undo a bunch of screws, a whole bunch of them. It's good practice when you're mounting fans.
No, you're not. You're Sponge Golden Bob. What in the?
Just
what in the world?
so you can adjust them, make sure they're center, make sure they're even on both top and bottom, and that they fit. So it's just good practice.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Yes, be Cooper.
And eventually I will have my own room
No, it's
down the
not.
road for these
It's perfect.
streams where we don't have the
Perfect.
background noise, which will be nice. I love my daughter and everything, but she's loud. Girls are loud. She's playing like a couple of different Roblox games next to me, so that's why you hear her.
Perfect. We're gonna be playing a scary game now.
Okay, well, keep it down, kiddo. Please. Thank you. All right.
Are you ready? Who's ready?
So now that I got all the fans lined up, I got the cables where I want them.
Change your display name to
It looks pretty nice. I've only got 2 screws in each of the fans.
Alright.
So this is what it looks like here. And I really like the look of it, so and it looks square to me. I could maybe lower the fans a little bit, but I think it's even enough. To the human eye it
And
is,
my
that is.
outfit. Is mine gonna play with us? Okay. Oh my. What in the... What in the world? It's perfect.
Just got to finish these last couple of screws and then I can get it flipped back over.
Beautiful.
Get
It's
the
beautiful.
power supply installed, and then the last but not least, the video card. And then we'll flip it back over, get all these cables connected on the back side,
It's beautiful.
and get the wire management done. And we're ready to fire it up.
Look at that.
So not too much longer here, guys. And we'll have this thing ready to go.
Hey.
But it is a beast of a build.
Why are your legs so small? Why are your legs so small? Why are your little feet so small? What the heck?
installing fans probably isn't the most exciting thing in a build, but
Here, wait, I
it's
wanna
still
put
part of the
something
build,
funny on. I wanna put something
especially if
funny
you're building higher end rigs.
on. Give me a moment.
And it's a little bit of a work of art when you're doing this many and you want it clean.
What?
So I'm going to play with the wires, make sure everything's
Debate.
solid.
I'm in the no lands.
Clean.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting a new character for me. I love it.
So yeah, everything looks pretty clean to me. What do you guys think?
Creeper. Aw, man.
Look good? I agree. Alright, so let's get this power supply mounted, which is on the back side if you haven't built in this case before. Look at all those wires. Oh yeah. It's going to take us a hot minute to clean up this hot mess.
Guys, look at my camera. Is this bad? Look.
Get these wires out of the way here for a second while we get this power supply in.
Focus, camera. Focus.
Got your power cord. I'm opening up the power supply box right now. You get a nice manual for the motherboard for plugging everything in, and also an additional user manual for the power supply itself. You get a bag with some zip ties, 4 screws for
Jimmy,
mounting.
Do you like my avatar? Jimmy, do you like my avatar?
And
Kyle, where are you?
semi-modular, so here's our extra
Kyle, do you
cables
like my
in a
avatar?
nice
Do you like my avatar?
bag, ready to go.
Jimmy made this avatar for me.
I'm probably going to end up plugging all of these in just to have them there, and so it makes it easy
Wait, hold on.
for them to just add things to
Lyle,
the
can I
build.
be this Karen?
When I say they, the customer, whoever owns it,
Yeah, I wanna be
just makes it easier. And this is how the power supply is packaged. Again, it's semi-modular, so you will have a couple of cables off of it. And this nice bubble wrap sleeve comes right off.
Get out there.
And looks like a quality power supply, feels like a quality power supply,
Nice.
smells like a quality power supply. I like this power supply brand. Couldn't tell.
Hello?
It even includes a power supply tester, and they tie it to the 24 pin
Jimmy, please.
to make it even easier, so you know where it goes. And if you haven't used one of these, all you do is you plug the power cord into the power supply, into the wall, and plug your tester into your 24 pin, and it will show you that your power supply is functioning. If it doesn't function, if it doesn't power on, then you probably have a bad power supply. I'm not going to be doing that though. I'm going to be just mounting, because I have full confidence in this power supply and this company. Call me crazy. Maybe. Just getting our modular cables plugged in here, and we'll mount the power supply. Then we'll get the power supply plugged into everything and feed the wires for the video card, mount the video card, clean up the rat nest in the back, and we'll fire it up.
I want to play the Mimic. Yeah, but hold on. I'm not done making my avatar.
this just mounts on its side. Make sure the fan is facing the outside of the case, because that has ventilation on the panel that will be covering it.
I'm almost done.
And you need to make sure that the power supply is ventilated properly,
Yeah, I'll be right back.
like so. So you got your fan facing up if you're laying the case down like this. If you don't do that, your power supply will overheat and you will have problems. You could be like The Verge. If anybody's caught that video, that is how you do not build a computer. I could not believe that they posted that video and nobody checked it that knew what they were doing, at least. Or the fact that he was using an Army Swiss knife as his tool. Just go buy a screwdriver. Don't use an Army Swiss knife. Really, you could do it easily with just a Phillips screwdriver. If you had to use only one tool. But I would recommend a couple different sizes of Phillips screwdriver and some wire snips for a build. It will make that build go smooth and give you a good experience for your build.
I'm back. No, I'm not.
Alright,
Something really
we got the power supply mounted, and now I'm going to feed the CPU wire from the motherboard. Power to CPU. And I'm going to feed that over here to the top right corner of the case. Just feed it through so we can plug it in on the other side when we flip it over. And then same thing with the 24 pin. I'm going to feed that through here. I believe it's right here. We might have to correct that though. Let me look. We're going to go one more down one more, right here. One more. Sorry, bumped the camera. We'll feed that through. And then last, but not least, we're going to feed both of the PCIe connections for the video card. If I haven't talked about this before, I'm sure I have. If you have a video card that requires more than one PCIe connection, use two separate cables. Do not use the daisy chain on the single cable, because your power supply is asking for 75 watts off of a single connection, and if you plug a daisy chain in like this off the same wire, that's 75 watts divided by 2, which means your card is not getting 75 watts off of each of these connections. It's only getting half of that. So if it has two connections, use two wires. Do not use the daisy chain on your power supply unless you absolutely have to, but you should plan for your build. If you're going to build a computer with a video card that requires two PCI power cords, buy a power supply that supplies two PCI power cords. Also, if you are planning to upgrade, buy a power supply that is something that you can expand into.
Okay. Ready?
It'll save you lots of headaches down the road. Trust me. I've been doing this for a minute.
That's really weird.
So these two cables I'm actually going to feed through the bottom here, because that's just going to rotate up to the video card from underneath.
You ready to see it?
I've also done in the past
Ready?
a
3, 2,
connection where I went up over
right here.
the video card and under. I just don't like the look at all. Kind of looks
What
ugly.
am I wearing?
So
Yep, let's go, let's go.
then the rest of these cables for now, we're just going to set them right
Okay,
here
let's go 3 player.
as we flip this over and plug it all in.
Come on, in. Start jumping. Join someone.
So there's our PCI connections for the video card. Here's our 24 pin, nice and clean. We're just going to plug it in here. My glove ripped.
Yep.
And then we're going to feed this extra cable length in here
Okay.
so it looks nice and clean. Looks uniform with the USB 3 here.
Mike.
And then our
This is
24
chapter
pin
2. Why are
just
we in
looks
chapter 2?
clean.
Do I look weird
And then
walking like this?
our 8-pin CPU, we're going to plug in here.
Do I look weird, Lyle? Ow. Wait.
Feed it through.
She's coming! Lyle!
And a lot of people have this question. I've seen it on many different forums. What the hell is this extra 4-pin? That's if you're going to be
Okay, stop,
overclocking.
for real. We have
You don't
to
need it.
actually work in this game. Come on, stop. Wait for.
So again, this 4-pin, you don't really need it. And let's get this video card out and plugged in.
I can't see anything.
So again, this is the Power Cooler or Power Color Radeon RX 6700 XT, and this is the Red Devil edition.
Look at us. Look at our legs. Watch.
It's got 12 gigabytes of GDDR6. It's a 1440p card.
Does mine?
Lots of power in this card.
Mine doesn't either.
So I would rate it at high, mid-end, or high-end. Entry high-end.
We have to wait for
Just the price of these cards are ridiculous right now. I'm sure you're aware if you're watching the stream. You know the prices of video cards.
No, stay here.
It is ridiculous. So the packaging,
Stay here.
um,
This corner right here.
just like most of any other card, you got your manuals and a little thing saying, "Show us your rig, upload your best computer pictures featuring your Red Devil card," and then you can win prizes. And it has a little QR code from AMD, Power Color. And then you have a addressable RGB connection. I am not entirely sure that we're going to need that, actually. And then we have a Red Devil sticker, which is going to be included over here with the rest of the motherboard manuals and part manuals. And then this piece just lifts up, so you can easily gain access to the video card
Here.
and lift it out of its
Come here.
mold.
Follow me. Stay here.
Get this box out of the way.
Come on. Wait, stay here.
I'm going to fix my glove here in a minute because it just totally tore. I think I snagged it on the case when I was feeding a wire through. But real quick,
Okay. Go.
this is the video card,
Stay
the
until
RX 6700 XT,
it's open.
the Red Devil
Go.
Radeon by Power Color.
She's coming. Come on. We did
This
it.
whole backside is
Yes, we did
RGB.
it.
So you got a lot of RGB lighting here. This Red Devil symbol glows, as well as I think some of the fans on the bottom, or at least it glows underneath here on this side. But this portion of the card over here doesn't glow as much, or at least I don't see any RGB on here. I don't see any peel offs that we have to peel on this card. So we're pretty much ready to just slot it in, outside of getting it off, getting those plates off the side of the panel here, or side of the case.
That hurt my ears.
So we've got this slot here.
Don't go yet.
We're gonna unscrew.
Okay, never mind.
pulling these two pieces out, making sure our
Yes,
clip
dear.
is down for the PCIe 16 slot. And we're going to slot this bad boy in here.
This is pretty easy.
So it's pretty easy.
Come on, come on.
I like to
Go,
lean
go,
in,
go.
make sure I'm
Come on,
looking
don't
at it
go,
as I'm
don't go.
lining the
That's what I buy.
pins up to the PCI
Don't go
16
yet,
slot.
Don't go yet.
And then once you have it lined up, you just push it in until you hear it clip.
It's fine,
Push in
Dad, let's go.
evenly. Try to, best you can.
Come on, let's go.
And then it's slotted, it's in the slot. Nice and easy. And then we're going to use these two screws
Go, 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 come on.
to screw it, the plate to the
How did
case
we
itself.
just do that? We did good.
Don't do what I just did.
We did pretty good. Now let's go get the butterflies here. Okay, I think it's this way.
I'm actually going to use my finger to help push the card towards the case.
Yeah.
It is tight. That way the screws can thread easier.
I grabbed it. Let's go. Come on.
That's what I was worried about. These hoses are touching a little bit. So we're going to have to play with them. Try
Can
to
we go front?
rotate them a little bit up. And then I'll probably put a Velcro here.
Should we get this one? Whoa! That's always scares me. I can't. That always scares me though.
Probably not really required,
There's a door
but
over here.
I'm just going to do it anyway.
There's mine there. Oh my gosh, my heart is going crazy. I think my heart just stopped.
There we go. Then the glass is going to push down on it a little bit, like
My
so.
heart is going crazy because of that.
Should fit just fine.
There's another door
Alright.
right here.
Now our
There's a door right
PCIe power connections from the power supply. Again, we got two of them. So I'm just going to feed these wires so they're nice and clean looking. We'll twist them.
Run, run, go, go, go. That's scary. I
Clip
hate
is
those
facing
things.
down
Go,
with
go,
the current
go.
card position.
I think we have to go there.
And then I'm going to feed the extra length of the cords back through to the back of the computer
Come on.
so we can zip tie it and clean it up in the back when we flip it over.
That was just a jump scare.
But I am going to take a moment to zip tie these to clean it up here first to make sure I have it presentable the way I want it.
Okay, it looks okay. There are butterflies right here. Hey, see, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. Let's go back. Yeah, there's just trees. Someone or something must have broken out.
Trying to get this camera to position a little bit better for us
Um,
so maybe you can see me while I'm doing this. I don't know.
I think
It's close.
I think we have to go here.
Better. Anyway, I've got two zip ties here. I'm going to have to play with that camera later on. But I've got two, I'm going to put 2 to 3 zip ties here just to keep it clean. You could also use custom cables or cable extension that look a little nicer, but these are black. It kind of matches the entire theme of the build itself,
Where's the
so
door we have to
I don't really
Wait,
think
Lyle.
there's a huge benefit unless you want like white and black cables or a specific color that you're looking for. I think this is clean enough,
Is there
looking.
another thing?
especially if you clean it up. It's going to look nice, very nice. Just make sure these cables are not rubbing on the fans, either the case fans or the video card fans itself
I'm really jumpy
when
right
you're doing this.
now. No, that's the wrong way. I'm really jumpy right now.
So if they are,
We haven't gone this way.
once again, you're not going to have a good day.
It looks so pretty.
This is gonna look pretty clean.
You tried to close the door.
Slick. I love it.
What?
Love it.
Come on. Oh, come on. Come on. We have to go this way.
So there we are.
Come on. We have to go through
I actually might have somebody here
No, Mom, we have to go through this door.
for pickup.
Oh. We can't go there yet. No, we died. I don't know why.
Yep. So I have a customer here picking up his build right now. So I'm gonna actually pause the stream here. Well, not pause it, but I'm gonna have to step away for a minute. So I'll be right back. Hey guys, we're just wrapping up this packaging. I'm just packing up a build for the customer here and getting them out the door, and I'll be right back and we'll get to the finish line here finally. Apologize about the delay, guys. All right, guys. Customer came and picked up their computer, so I was assisting them with loading that up and giving them a quick walkthrough of how everything works. So I apologize about the
But I might not be able to do
the dead noise here. But I promise you, there's no dead noise here, as you can hear in the background. We also have a Mother's Day dinner that we're going to be going to in a little bit here. So I'm going to get this finished up, flip it over since we got the video card mounted, all the fans done, everything's plugged in on the front that we needed. And I'm going to fire this bad boy up and call it a day. I'm sure you guys are all waiting and ready. This is where all the magic happens, right? Gonna put some gloves back on.
I have a perfect
Finish
outfit.
this
I'm
up.
gonna try it on first. Come here.
Is everybody excited to see the results? See what it looks like? Can I get a hell yeah? Hey, Papa Bear Freddy, thanks for the follow about 4 minutes ago. I appreciate it. Sorry if I wasn't here on camera. I was just helping our customer get out the door because he was just picking up his build that I built. That was actually Monday's stream that he was picking up. As you can see, we have a pretty big rat's nest back here to clean up. So let's make this build look pretty. With this case, you actually don't have to get super crazy pretty with it. Because again, as I mentioned earlier in the build, you got this panel that's going to cover this portion of it. And if you get too crazy pretty, it makes it hard to work with the build later on in the future. So if you go ahead and upgrade, you got to undo a bunch of wire bundles, and it actually makes it less pleasurable. So I'm not going to get too crazy with the cleanup on these wires, but we do have to plug in the fans and some of the RGB on the back here, just to finish it up. And then we'll zip tie it up in a harness so it's at least cleaner looking and not as crazy. But overall, the build is looking solid. Absolutely beautiful. Can't wait to fire this thing up for the first time. And if you're joining late, it's the RX 3700X CPU, 3rd gen, by AMD Ryzen. We've got 32 gigs of RAM, DDR4, CL16, RGB. We got a total of 9 120mm PWM fans in here. Got 850 watt power supply, 1 terabyte Gen 4 PCI NVMe SSD, and a Radeon RX 6700 XT by Power Color. It's the Red Devil version as well. So, anyway, we're going to go ahead and get this finished. So we're going to start with the CPU fans here up at the top. Get those done and out of the way. Probably start from the top down, work our way down. Gets a little crazy in here when you have this many wires. You could do this a little bit at a time to make it a little bit easier in the future. But I was just going to do it all at once here in the back. I've got a lot of experience with these, so if it confuses you, because it can get confusing, you can do a little bit at a time to help. kind of untwisting them so it doesn't look as ugly. And then I'm going to get these plugged in here. There we go. Get all three of these PWM fans plugged in for the CPU, for the radiator. Now we're going to do the 3 RGB connections. We actually should have a pump here as well. Yep, there's the pump for the block. And that's going to plug into our 5-volt splitter that we added later, or earlier, should I say, earlier. And that is located down here, our splitter. In this mess of wires. So we got our splitter right here. And remember, we have these male pins for the splitter. So we just add these male pins, and then we're going to add our wire harness for the 3 fans and the pump. And that will handle power to the addressable RGB up here. Also going to actually rerun this below the rest of this. Underneath the power supply. Try to help some of the chaos. Alright, and then we're going to plug all 4 of these connections in up here.
Dad.
These are 5-volt 3-pin.
Dad, look
Yes.
what I'm wearing.
Oh, very nice. Is that for the dinner?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Ow.
So all 4 of them are plugged in. So that's our radiator and our fans up at the top. One more thing I gotta move around just to keep it clean, like so. And we'll deal with the wire management on that a little bit later when we're ready. So next we have our fans in the back here, or on the side. I'm going to find each of these wires, pull them aside like this, just to help it look, just to help stay organized a little bit. Also going to locate our fan header hubs and pull those through. Get them untangled from the mess below here. Because this does get messy, especially when you have this many fans in the case. So it's a good idea to kind of stay a little organized so it's not too crazy. And these right here. Okay. Perfect. So we got all our fans kind of organized here. And I'm actually going to get the RGB hub for each of these fans plugged in as well. Which you'll have a 5-volt wire with another connection for the hub itself. And again, it's going to come off these splitters. So I'm going to split with another male connection and plug this wire in. And that is to add the RGB hub, which looks like that. So there we have it. I'm going to use this one for the bottom, and then the last one here for the top or the side fans. Same exact setup. Gets a little bit messy in here. I know it looks crazy, but it's not really that crazy. Just takes a little bit of time to clean it up and make it look pretty, and we'll get there. So here is our 5-volt 3-pin addressable RGB connection to our RGB hub for our 3 fans on the side. And I'm going to take that, each one of these fans, and plug them in right now while I have it in position here. Starting from number 1 and work my way down. There we are. And then I'm going to grab this PWM fan hub and run it through here, up here, and do the same thing with the PWM fan connection. And I'm going to start with the top one and work my way down. They can really only plug in one way for both of these connection types, so you can't really mess it up. There we have it. Got our PWM fan connection for all 3 of these fans and the RGB all done. So now we're going to do the RGB for the bottom fans real quick. And the PWM while I'm here. Each of these hubs actually has a peel off to stick to the case, but I'm going to leave it open for the time being. Again, that just makes it easier to work with in this case later down the road. Not going to get super tied down back here unless I absolutely need it in a specific spot. There we are. We are plugged in. I'm going to tuck these in here like so. Just make sure these wires stay out of the way. And grab the rest of these cables, which we are not going to use, and get them zip tied up so they're clean. You could also use Velcro as well. A few different options. But yeah, this build has a lot of wires on the back side. So there's not really a super good way to keep it clean. I mean, you could spend hours here, and again, it will make it more difficult later on if you go to add anything. But we could spend hours on this, cleaning it up. And honestly, unless it's a different style case, you don't really need to get too crazy. Everything is pretty tight and snug here, outside of this one wire, which keeps popping up. Bothers me a little bit, but so I might come back and clean this up a little bit, but for the time, so we can get this to the finish line, I'm just gonna put this back on. I'll show you how well it hides most of this wire. You can see here, even the back side looks relatively nice, just with this panel not really doing a lot of wire management back here. Saves a lot of time, and again, makes it easier to work with later on when you do an upgrade. But I will probably come back and clean this up a little more, knowing me, because I'm just that guy. There we are. Okay, I'm going to stand it up to put the panels back on. Before I do that and call it finished, I'm going to take a peek here on the inside, make sure all the wires look good. This is a little bit messy. Need to tuck that in a little bit. Might need a zip tie there later on. We'll see. This is a little bit messy. Push that in. This is good. This glass is going to be pushing on this card. The wires anyway. But outside of that, everything looks nice and clean. Okay, let's stand it up, put these panels back on, and fire this bad boy up. Had to take one glove off to help peel. Just peeling the peels off the glass here. And the last glass panel, big one. A lot of people miss this, but there is actually a peel off on the inside of the glass, and then your build looks cloudy. And then people are like, why does it look cloudy? And it's because you got a peel off, plastic clear peel on the inside of your glass. Make sure you take that off. It's really going to impact the look. Alright, and bring this glass panel on. It is pushing up on those wires, just like I thought. But that's not a big deal. We will survive. mesh ventilation on there. And last but not least, the top panel. Which just slides right in. 2 screws on the back. Let's flip this down. Oh gosh, it's heavy. Holy smokes. I knew it was going to be heavy, but hot damn. Alright, we're going to plug this bad boy in and fire it up. See what it looks like. We're not going to be able to play with the RGB, so the RGB on the video card is probably just going to be red because of the Red Devil theme. So we'll have to do that later after we install Windows, and I'll show you the final product, I guess, maybe in another stream. Because it is going to take a little while to get Windows installed and the drivers, and that's not part of this stream. All right. It's starting to breathe. Oh yeah. That looks like a disco party in a box. That looks crisp. Like I said, the video card's probably going to load up with red LED. So that's not really going to change until we get to the software. And we have a post. So first go, everything's built, everything's lit up, everything's powered on, and we got a post. So how about that? If you have confidence in your builds, you'll post every time. Alright, I'm just gonna increase the music and let it sit here for a little bit, I guess, guys, so you can take a look at it. But thanks for tuning in and joining me during the stream. I apologize for the little breaks in between. I am trying to run a business as I'm streaming. So I do have customers showing up for pickups, and if you ever need a build or a custom build done, and you even want it recorded through the entire process, I'd be more than happy to do that. So you can share it with your friends, or just for your own knowledge, learning purposes maybe, or whatever. If you need a custom build done, or if you're having trouble finding hardware, hit me up. I'd be more than happy to help you. I do lots of different custom builds. I've done mining, not really something I normally do, but I have done mining rigs. I obviously do gaming builds. I do streaming setups, the whole 9 yards. Monitors, your mounts, your mics, your cameras, multi-computer stream setups, you name it, I do it. Pretty much anything around gaming, streaming, mining, even I do corporate stuff, but honestly I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to just stick with this niche which is mostly around gaming, esports, and streaming. So that's really my niche now, and probably going forward. But yeah, it definitely helps if you guys follow. And if it's on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe. Share the page. Share our Facebook page, or Twitter, our YouTube channel, or our Twitter. Twitch, which is my main stream platform that I use. But I'm starting to stream both on YouTube and Twitch, and I'm also going to start streaming on Facebook here in a little bit. That way I'm hitting all 3 different platforms, and everybody can have easy access to it depending on what platform they use, without having to create an account with Twitch to interact with the stream. That was a couple of complaints I've had in the past so far. So I'm trying to be able to stream to all 3 platforms, while at the same time providing the same experience. And it's just been a learning curve. But if you want me to keep doing streams like this, I will need the support, and I need to see it grow, so I can see the value that I'm bringing to everybody, to make sure I'm empowering everybody. And it does cost money to get these parts, and it does cost money to get the streaming hardware, and of course my time costs money too, because I'm extremely busy. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 builds backed up that I have to do today, this weekend. So my time is pretty valuable, and I could probably go through this a lot quicker in the build if I'm not, streaming and explaining it. But I want to share my knowledge and my experience with everybody. So if you want me to keep doing it, I do need you guys to start showing the support. And I appreciate everybody that has supported already. Much love. Alright guys, have a good weekend. I will catch you on the next stream. Again, I mentioned I'm kind of doing a entry-level build early next week, and a case that I have not built in before. It's another case by Musatex. It's an ATX full tower. It's actually one of their newer releases that they recently rolled out. So I'm really excited to build in that one and find out if it's actually worth what it cost, or if it's crap. Because they have been known to build crap cases. Or at least crap quality. The cases aren't too bad, but quality isn't that great. So we'll find out next stream, next week. Thanks guys. Have a good weekend. Happy Mother's Day for any mothers out there.